Good morning. Can I say? It's 10:28. I've naturally woken up. I think I slept better because I had potassium yesterday. And I think also because I had freedom yesterday. I watched a movie, then I scrolled on TikTok in bed. Because when I get tired, then I don't want to move to bed. So I'm already in bed. And then I kind of gradually went towards sleep. It didn't feel fully natural, but it felt it worked. Waking up, I'm sharing the live. Waking up, I'm sharing it on Facebook. Waking up and deciding what path is the best towards making my detective mystery game. That's like the main thing today. And dealing with life as usual. Because I'm gonna have to deal with life as usual. And I'm also going to share on X. Now it's on Facebook. And now it's on X. I'm tempted. Some nice colorful game going on here. Looks very nice. Yes. Follow Ballman Studios. Very nice, very nice. If I could have this driving in the game, that would be pretty cool. But I don't know if I could make these kind of levels when the game is supposed to be in a real town with real roads and stuff. What's going on notifications? Brian Johnson posted testing of new protocol to accelerate jet lag recovery. Okay, that's not a problem I need to deal with right now. Let's open the window to get sunlight to strengthen the circadian rhythm. The waking time has become earlier. I haven't woken up before 11 o'clock in over a week, I think. So maybe this will reset my circadian rhythm, so I will wake up at least around this time tomorrow. Let's get some air as well. Good. It's kind of warm. And I'm gonna start my morning protocol, eating my AAKG, all car, creatine and water, and putting on some clothes, and then I'm gonna look at what I should be doing today. My morning cognitive enhancement mix. Done. Clothes done. And I have to remember this time when I just drank the stuff, first cognitive stuff, 10:36. So plus 90 minutes, that's 1.5 hours. That is 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock I will drink my matcha and stuff. I could potentially have like an alarm on my phone. Then I don't have to think about it. But this is the last thing I was listening to before bed.
What do you do? It's like the game of alignment. What does that mean? Well, I'm a creator, and I use all of the universal forces to my... Don't make hard work of it. Don't make a chore of this. It's a game. It's a game of alignment. What do you do?
This is really
I
good.
play the game of alignment. What does that mean? Well, I'm a creator, and I use all of the universal forces to my advantage. Well, what does that mean? Well, there's this stream that is flowing.
I have to pause it for a bit, otherwise there will be a copyright.
Directly toward everything I want. And when I get into that current, and I stop paddling against it, it takes me where I want to go. How do you get in?
Kate Lotus Reflexology is the account that posted this recently. Anyway, yeah, that's half of it. It's good. I was thinking maybe I should start the day with doing exercise, because I still have this kind of hard problem of deciding how I should finish the game in the best way. What should I use AI for? What should I not use AI for? There are kind of different paths to take. And then yeah, because if I can train, I can get into a different kind of working mode to get things done. But I also have other stuff I need to do today, which I should probably prioritize, like basic things. And there might be something surprising me in my calendar. Two pending tasks. Plan June, get more disk space. Yeah, I have not done those things. So just move it to today. Just move it to today. Get more disk space is kind of a sub-task. It's something that I'll have to do eventually. It's not well, I will not forget about it, because I will encounter the problem. And I will have to do it anyway. But I don't know if it's a priority or not. I don't think it's a priority until I know what path I'm going to take. Because I might be able to delete, like completely delete the whole system. And that is much easier than just picking out things. So I'm just going to get rid of this task. And planning June is kind of done. It's the work I did yesterday. I have a bunch of flowy work there. Basically, June is a planning month, designing month, big decision month, testing before the storm. So plan June. I'm still working on that. That's what I'm planning on. That's what I'm working on. That is the main kind of thing. Then we have protocol number 2, my health protocol, if I should improve it. But I think because I followed my protocol for a week now, but I haven't, it's a new protocol, so I haven't been following it flawlessly. And I don't feel mentally aligned to work on that. But it's something important that cannot be forgotten, because I need to review and make a protocol number 2. But there might be some leverage benefits in upgrading the protocol. But it becomes a more complex task, because I can't just buy things to add into the protocol. I have to make do with whatever I have. And the protocol works right now. I don't know how much cognitive enhancement I'm getting from it, but I'm consuming the stuff, and I'm not having any problems. Previously I was thinking like my morning mix that I drink, it's just these substances of water, and I was thinking maybe I should eat something with it, but it's been working very well without eating it. So I'm just gonna move that one. How do I move it? Add time to the 15th. That's next week. I'll go back to today. And cleaning protocol is a bunch of cognitive thinking. It is to have my place clean, so there aren't any dust that I'm breathing in, especially when I'm training. So getting rid of dust stuff. So maybe I'll identify surfaces that have dust, make them in a list, and then just make it easy to wipe them. Zip, 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 zip. Every Monday or something. Something like that. And look for one job, and then go back to game development. I think that's it. I feel like I'm missing something. But I probably am not. It probably just is a new focus. Oh yeah, I have my little small post-its here. Buying saltine and potato to get my potassium, and then increase my potassium by eating 2 milliliters of saltine every day and 2 more potatoes every day. This is just the recommended LLM sizes that I can run locally on my computer. I forgot to share my screen regarding the calendar, but here it is. Buy potassium, saltine, one saltine, 5 bags or 5 bags of potatoes. I need around 1000 milligrams more of potassium each day if I add 2 milliliters of saltine. Let's do a repetition. I was talking to Gemini about this. Maximizing potassium on a budget. Okay, the saltine 500 that's too. I'm not gonna eat this much of it. I'm gonna eat slightly less because I don't want so much sodium, and it's easier to measure just 2 milliliters. But around 500 milligrams. We'll say 500. 500 milligrams of potassium. If I add 2 potatoes, I get 834 milligrams. Let's say 800, roughly 800 GM. Yes, I think I needed more than 1000 per day. My target was 4700. Wait. But I'm only getting 2600. Why does it say I have a 4000 target, but then it gives me a plan to just reach 2000? My baseline right now is 2100. This is apparently standard recommended limit, but this is what the other website was recommending. What should I aim for? 2000 or 4000? Oh, maybe it was talking about sodium. No. Oh, for sodium is 2000. For potassium. Oh, it was talking about sodium here. Reduction. Good. And this diet increases with 1300. But my current potassium is... Oh. My baseline is 3000. Where are you? 3000, right? 71%. So I need the rest of the 30%, which is around 1300 or something. Yeah. Okay, good. What's that? That's 1300. Good. And then I just go to the store and buy that stuff. Should I do that now? I think so. Then I get that done. Unless there's something else I should be buying. Whew, This is taking my cognitive. This is taking cognitive load because my finances are not in order. So I have to think about how to pay for this. It's because I don't know if I can afford it or not. I want to check if I have something.
Well,
My standard income is still 22 days away. I have 7 crowns on my account. What? Google Cloud? I'm not sure about this. I have to check that one. And the basic stuff. I don't know if I can show this or not. Parts of it can show, but not all of it. Yeah, if I cover this. So have 7 crowns, 7 Swedish crowns. That's how rich I am. And in my little emergency envelope, I have 20 crowns and 10 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1. And I have a 50 crown coupon on digital. So I should be able to buy potatoes and salt. Let's see if I can do it. Do I have a... I don't have a text for... Oh, I do have shopping. Be right back. Is the camera 4:3? I thought the camera was wider than that. No need to bring my 7 crowns. I don't think that matters, but I guess I bring. they didn't have the salt. They just have regular type of salt. But I got the potatoes. I didn't get the... I'm confused. Right. I just had 40 crowns on my coupon, but the potato cost exactly 50 crowns. So I had to use 10 crowns on my emergency fund. So I still have 20 crowns on my emergency fund. I can still buy the saltine if it magically pops up in the store, which it won't. Cashier said that they used to have it, but they don't anymore. There's the potato I bought, and it looks a bit reddish on some parts. I'm thinking maybe it's getting old. Best before the 13th. That's before I'm gonna eat everything. So I think I should, like, it's starting to sprout. So I think I should be dicing them and freezing them. I wonder if I should dice potatoes now, or if that's an activity for a stupid time later today. Post meal, post eating. Yeah, I just need to think it through. I'm gonna dice them up. 4 potatoes at a time. Dice them up. Put them somewhere. Portion. Yeah, that's the hard part. Portioning them. I don't need to do it to all of them, because some of them I will consume before the 13th. But I still need to portion them in a way where I can bring out a portion or 2 portions. I might have to do it in batches. And there's also limited space in the freezer. I'm gonna use these yogurt buckets that I've saved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say I put 1 day of potatoes in each, then I had 10 days. The 26th minus 10, that's 16. So I still need 3 days more. Maybe I'll put 2 batches of potato in one of them and just use half of it every day. I think that'll do. So it's 4 potatoes per day, so it's 8 potatoes, chopped potatoes per bucket. That's a task. It's gonna be done. Okay. Should I do the cleaning protocol or look for one job? I think the cleaning protocol is more important. How do I do this? Just grab a wet rag and swipe a bunch of surfaces. Sweeping the floor. I don't have a vacuum cleaner, so I'm gonna need to manually sweep the floor. What do I start with? Start with dusting first, then I'm just gonna use Gemini. Maybe Gemini can help. I need a simple cleaning protocol for my small apartment. The purpose is to not have any dust, any small dust particles flying around. I think most of it is small strains from clothes. Yeah. It would be nice to have a fan and a filter that can just absorb the stuff flying in the air. To eliminate airborne microlint and textile particles in a small particle, you must prevent particles from becoming aerosolized during cleaning. Standard dry dusting and low efficient vacuum. Simply suspend this particle in air for hours before it resettles. There's a highly efficient scientific sound cleaning protocol optimized for removing airborne textile fibers. Top to bottom, wet to dry principle. Contain the airflow. Close windows and turn off any fans or ventilation units 15 minutes before cleaning. What? But surely they will not come in any particles from the windows, only go out. This allows floating textiles to settle out of the air on surface where they can be captured. Okay, I guess no wind, it means it settles down. Get rid of the wind. Now dust can settle. Top down damp. Wipe all elevated surface, shelves, light fixtures, top of doors, moving downward. Never use a dry or feathered laser. Use a damp microfiber cloth. Split fibers of microfiber. Create mechanical micro hooks that trap lint. While the dampness prevent pressure for lifting into the air. Split fibers. Okay. Pulsar vacuum. I don't have a vacuum. Only I have what do you call it? Sweep. A broom. Wrap the broom head, take a minute across the motor to get completely wet and wring it out thoroughly to its barely damp. I also have a mop. Is it called a mop? And a bucket for it. The water can trap the particles. Pre-sweep. Do not use the broom to clean the whole floor. Use it only to collect large crumbs hair. Keep the broom bristles flat. Oh, the broom. 1. Pre-sweep. Only collect large crumbs of hairs, heavy dirt and stuff. Okay. Short, slow strokes. Collect the pile into dustpan. Yeah. Bucket. Fill the bucket with warm water. Add 1 drop of dish soap. Tiny amount of surface breaks the surface tension of the water. Force the floating corpse to sink to the bottom of the bucket when you release them up from the top. Figure 8 mop technique. But this protocol just removes the damp cloth thing. The protocol must be complete. Also have damp cloth to use. This is not just something that I will do today. This is something I will do for the rest of my life probably. Which sounds depressing. Broom, mop, bucket and damp cloth. Complete airlock cleaning protocol. Atmospheric sanitation, general ventilation. High surface damp wiping, start from the highest. Wardrobes with shelves. Move down. Fold your damp cloth into squares. Wipe in one continuous direction, do not scrub. Okay. Flip the clean and feature surface. Okay. Textile, so source lock down. Wipe down leather, wood chairs, bed frames, and even pat down fabric cushions. What lifts it? Pat down. Okay, patting down. Patting down the fabric on couch so the micro-lint can lift from it, so I can catch it with the damp cloth. Heavy debris, so if you only cut large, right. Then sweeping comes, then fill bucket with water and use the mop 8-figure pattern while walking backward, keeping the same leading edge of the mop head trapping the lint. Okay. Cloth care. We're rinsing damp cloth vigorously in a bucket or to fully flush out the fabric stains. If the cloth becomes saturated with lint, it stops trapping particles and begins redistributing them as thin streaks that dry and airbornize again. Boundary control. Pay special attention to corners. Okay. Baseboards. What's a baseboard? Okay, yeah, that's what I see down there. And the floor space directly beneath your co-loading storage. Static and microcurrents measure from textures into these parameters. Okay, cores and baseboard, right? Drying phase. Leave the room sealed for 20 minutes after mopping until floors are completely dry. Walking on damp or transmute skin flakes and clothing fibers into moisture, creating a new layer of dust. I don't think this makes any sense. This is good enough. Let's make it into a Google Doc and just print it out and then hold it. This doesn't make any sense. Let's get some space to make it on one. We need one row. There we go. Now it's one page. For 6 or 6 or 8. Right. It just says to create the cleaning protocol. It doesn't say to actually clean. it might be a good, yeah, it might be easier for my brain if I just would do it. Atmospheric stabilization, 15-minute wait. Okay, done. High surface damp wiping using damp cloth. Start from the highest point, top of wardrobes, windowsills, shelves, light fixtures, and move down to tables and electronics. Fold the damp cloth into squares, wipe in one continuous direction. Do not scrub. Flip to the clean surface of the cloth for original surface. Okay. I feel like yeah. And I want kind of a large piece. was not a lot of dust in the kitchen. Plastic plants doesn't seem to have almost any dust. Strange. Okay, that's all the surfaces in the bedroom and the kitchen, the hallway. I'm done wiping. Everything that I am going to wipe. Let's see the next step. Textile source lockdown. Wipe down leather, wood, chairs, bed frames, new pattern, fabric, couch, cushion. Yeah. I don't really need to do that, I already did that. Heavy debris clearance using broom. Sweep the floor only to collect large debris, hair crumbs, large dirt particles that would clog your mop. Move the broom slowly in short pulling strokes. Do not flick the broom at the end of a stroke. We will launch microlint back into the air. Collect and discard this pile immediately. Ignore any fine dust left behind, the mop will handle it. Okay. There aren't a lot of stuff. I think it's better to just broom it. No, mop it. stomach is getting hungry. My technique was not optimal. I didn't have enough water, but yeah, it's better. Now I'm tired. I've cleaned, well, I've cleaned some of it. I've gotten rid of a lot of dust. Strange thing, the most dusty place was above the toilet door, or the door frame. I don't know how often I should be cleaning. Once every hour. No. Once every month. It's not talking. It's thinking, but it's not saying anything. Gotta get rid of the glare, and I can feel the heat coming in. Oh, it activated when I clicked it. That's strange. Every 7 days, 1 week for shed small reach critical point and after also the red turn. Whoa, every 3 days. Only damp white mop steps in a 1.5 meter radius around your bed and wardrobe. Friction from dressing, undressing, and mowing bedding generates 80% of daily. That's good. I don't make my bed. I used to do it every day, and I think it was a good habit to start off to build self-confidence. But right now, it's just a waste of time. I don't think it's necessary to do it. And I get less stuff in the air. 80% of daily microlint. Dressing and undressing. Traveling at the source stops from migrant to reservoir. Yeah, that's interesting. Winter heating spill. This spikes static electricity. Keep it suspended in air. Dry months increase damp mopping frequency every 4 to 5 days. Fleece wool and airflow. If you introduce a hip air filter, you can safely extend the full product time with 10 to 14 days. Yeah, that's what I would want. I used to have one, or something like it. Yeah, I used to have this one, but I sold it. $800 crowns. This one is good and nice looking. Okay. Yes. Let's see what do you have. And I clicked it, and then it started to tell me what it was thinking. Interesting. yeah, I prefer this stuff. My bed has bamboo sheets and on everything. My clothes are just cheap clothes, but I think they're 100% cotton. Yep. Shirt at least. Cold water. Heat weakens molecular bonds fiber. Okay. So a wash. Maybe not this low. But I said, how's turquoise? Is that before washing? This forces the washing machine to drop a braid interior fabric on the output pavement fabric. Liquid detergent with polish, fed salt, the remaining granules, micro abrasives. Reduce detergent by 50%, okay. Drying physics eliminates tumble drying. Yeah, don't do that anymore because we don't have one. Oh, drying tumble trees. Oh, remove when they're 5% damp. Interesting. Didn't know that. So my clothes will last longer. Not that I think they need to, because soon we're gonna just have robots making everything. New clothes every day. Leave 20% empty rack. Okay, interesting. Okay, now that's done. Now I'm really tired, I think. Sick job. Maybe I'm tired because I have a low carbs and that triggers the parasympathetic nervous system. Maybe. Now I can look for any kind of job. Now I can look for AI jobs. I don't know what kind of AI job I should apply for. I wanna change this temporarily. Can I duplicate? No. Let's go to chat. No. Now I have this one saved. Just in documents. Grok job seeking project info. No system. And then I'll just delete it, but mig ett jobb. Hitta mig det bäst passande jobbet som finns i världen. Didn't even accept the prompt. Markarbetare. It's strange. Okay, the 10. Let's redo it. Jag kan kolla den ändå. Construction workers. Positive, good, basic skills and everything. Advantage, not mandatory. The interesting thing is like this is probably the same job I was looking at before, but it has much less requirements. Look at this. From Bolt, markarbetare. Kvalifikationen. Okay. Well, meritable, not demand. We're looking for you who have 2 to 4 years experience of working with this stuff. That's why I didn't apply. Actually, I think. Yeah, I didn't apply. But the framing of this is different from this. What we expect, positive attitude, basic skills are advantage but not mandatory. So and if I apply via, then I come to this, but it's the, no, this is slightly different. Do they just need one person? Would be so interesting if I work with this and then I go outside here and make the ground on top of the fiber. That would be such a anyway, let's apply for this one. It's not the same dude. Strange. I'm gonna apply, not gonna show that. Vetare, can't find it. When did I do this? That's good. Okay, I've applied for it. It doesn't say what Sundsvall. Oh, maybe I should show what it says. Skellefteå here. Oh well. Done. Later today I will chop 8 potatoes per bucket. What I do with this cleaning protocol, I will get back to it. Oh, I haven't finished off with clean. Protocol. Repeat it every Monday. Weekly on Monday. Done. That's there. And there. And there. Good. I can do it on Monday. Where did I put it in the cleaning closet, of course. I didn't put an alarm for the matcha. I'm 51 minutes late. Interesting. It's time for the next phase of the protocol, which is my matcha with chocolate or cacao and more alcar. The second cognitive enhancement elixir is done. It's hot. I need it to. It's partially green tea, so it needs to steep for a while. And I'll just leave it there until it's drinkable, then I drink it. And then the question is, what should I be working on until maybe look at emails. Maybe someone has sent a couple of million in emails, and then I can use that to get AI inference. Oh. I'm just gonna see if there are any secrets. No secrets. Let's start here. Some robot news. See today's speed, not hype, not well, this is definitely hype. Alpha Signal usually try to create hype. This is definitely hype. Robots planning 19 times faster. And TTS at 110 seconds. That's definitely hype. Machine for go from impressive demo to ships in production. Robot planner. Okay, robots are getting faster, working faster, but it's just paper. Planning speed. Okay. Interesting. 83 plans per second. How many plans do you need per second? And do you execute all of the 83 plans every second? Or is this more like a simulation talk where it simulates different options and then chooses one of them? Automating work in Slack. Gem for 12 billion. Runnable laptop. Dynamic GGF. This is the MP4 type of AI models. You just download it and run it. Compressing the model smartly, squeezing it down so it fits in 8 gigabytes of RAM. This is interesting. Com tools, action, this is interesting. This might be something that I can use, maybe. Unsloth. Gemma for 12. And Unsloth seems to be like a harness that compresses and uses the model. Locally with Onslaught Studio. Let's get some information on Onslaught. Just to get some. Okay, they use a sloth as an icon. It's a beta. Probably just within a month there will come 10 different new tools like this that are better. Hagen ships frame.md, a spec that teaches AI to make branded videos. I see. Okay, let's go to the next email. Patreon terms of service. Should I get a Patreon to receive donations? Bullied and thank you, da, 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 and then they have decided to go with other people, and that's it. Done. Anna. Oh, she sent more mail. I haven't seen this. I only see this. And apparently today I noticed I cannot travel by bus at all, because since I don't have mobile, I don't have mobile internet, and the app uses internet to show my bus ticket, so I cannot show a bus ticket. Can show my bus ticket when I come to the bus. There might be Wi-Fi on the bus, but the thing is, if there's Wi-Fi on the bus and I travel, get accepted a ticket, come to Skellefteå, do my thing, and then decide to go back, and then there's no Wi-Fi available at that point, then I can't travel back. In that case I would have someone to share Wi-Fi, a hotspot or something, someone to come with me to the bus when I show my ticket, so I can show the ticket and then come back. It's a whole operation. I prefer to just not travel, because it's easier for the brain. But I kind of prefer this one. Automation like this. This will my mind will be so refreshed if I start working on this. Because this is such a practical thing, mechanical thing. It's not really software. This will really... I think this is much better for me than working with AI. It's gonna be more fun, probably. Maybe. Yeah, it's gonna be more fun. Yeah, just let it happen. Now I've sent the mail to Anna. We'll see what AF thinks about all of this. Let's continue. AI news. Cursive self-improvement used to sound like a far-off sci-fi phrase. Now Frontier Lab says the site is showing up internal faster than anyone expected. Anthropic's new report shows AI already accelerating the work that builds its own successors and lays out the risks of systems that improve themselves, while also plotting the jarring scenario of a coordinated development path across the universe. It's the Anthropic report when AI built itself. That, yeah, it's just, yeah, the singularity. AI is going to take over, and the people who own AI will be the masters, or the AI will take over completely and there will be no human master. Life of CRM, OpenAI memory overhaul, ChatGPT dreaming. Dreaming has already been developed, so I don't know what this is. Pass us into running categories of profile of who you are for better person. Okay. They have improved their dreaming or consolidation. Maybe maybe they didn't use dreaming before, but Claude have been dreaming for quite a while. Okay, stress as business less complexity. Stress test business idea. The problem with this is that all of the work and stuff, like the AI suggestions of things, it's old school. Like, well, I guess if you provide the information for the SWOT matrix, maybe it basically just walks you through making a SWOT. What's this prompt? Where's the prompt? A DNA powered thing gives target customer a job. I don't know. Maybe it can work. But you would have to work fast, like within a month or two. Be done. Bioweapons. Next email. AI is now writing code that makes AI better. Anthropic's numbers today aren't subtle. 50x time goes speed up. Talk rises doubling a month. Yeah, this makes me feel like all of my work of the infrastructure to making the game it's unnecessary. The only thing I should aim for is get money so I can pay Claude to do it for me. But it's also a lot of hype, because if you have enough tokens, if you have enough financing, you can do it. Or they're gonna... I think they're reluctant to release Mythos. When are they gonna release Mythos? Voice agent. $4 per hour of audio. Interesting. But AI ships smarter ChatGPT memory with 2x capacity for Plus and Pro users. Okay. One AI employee finance engineer growth. Victor again. Test iOS apps without leaving the browser. Okay. Next email. Rasmus, hope you're doing well. Work to close the loop and get clear on regarding AI hobby practice. So we're not collaborating on the same setup. I would like to have it to continue to use the domain. Maybe continue the initiative of my sound for the review all external services. There's no confusion about ownership, governance, and representation. 2 quick questions so we can sell this cleanly. Do you have any objection to me taking this site down or replacing it with a simple placement in the short term? Do you have any claim to commercial ground? How this is for President transparent. No objection, I'll take it down part this week. And due to if you have concerns, please bear with that, but whatever. Sounds good, take it. Take it. I might create something similar, but in my brand with my own branding for reaching out. Have a nice day. Have a great week. Consul. Oh, maybe I should not stream that. I have to check quickly. Is there any information? No. There's no information. Yeah. It's just the Estonian embassy saying the ID is waiting for me in Stockholm. It's gonna be there 6 months. From March the 3rd month, so plus 6 months. That's March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So before September I need to pick it up. If I don't pick it up before September, then I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah. Next email. Patreon privacy policy even again. And just oh, I just showed my password, but whatever. It's for just applying to a job, so it doesn't matter on their platform. More AI stuff. Because of writing software rapidly approaching zero. Armed with autonomous agents, developers are triggering a massive explosion. The cost of writing software approaching zero? No. Tokens. Energy. Well, approaching zero, maybe. But anything that gets cheaper is approaching zero. GitHub activity is growing. ASIC engine pumping out up to 70x more code. The bottleneck to review and testing. Yeah. AI acts as a sigma for existing bottlenecks. We impact the measures behind AI predictive illusion. Why this needs to change the way the process of the development life cycle. This is not a problem. Like this is such short-term thinking. This is not a problem at all. There's no need to rethink how it approaches software development life cycle. That's natural. It happens step by step. And the industry doesn't need to change. It's just the companies that want to win, they need to just solve the problems. Solve the problems. Yeah, humans are bottleneck. Just remove the humans and your company will do great. That's not the short-term solution, but that's the long-term solution. And build your own data center, because otherwise only the data centers would make money on information work. Next email. AI news, more AI news. Government taking ownership stake in private companies used to be a hard line in US politics to control bailouts under Trump. It's becoming a habit. It's very interesting. Like, Trump is such a capitalist, the opposite of communism. But under Trump, government is going to take ownership of private companies. It's such a communistic idea. Isn't that strange? You get a capitalist president and you get a communist system. Equity stake in the lab. What lab? Okay, what OpenAI lab? Shares routed into public fund, built to give average American tech revolution on it. Yeah. Watching dAI and all shit applies OpenAI. Very powerful image, very new thinking image. I don't like it, but it's powerful nonetheless. It almost becomes a partnership with the American public, and that would be a beautiful thing. It would make him rich. Yeah, that's very politically successfully said, probably. So I guess it's gonna happen. But the problem, like, it's gonna lead to less innovation and stuff. It's gonna lead to people relying on this money instead of working. So, and if we're gonna keep the human in the loop, then we're gonna need to educate humans. So, and Sam has said something like that. Sam Altman, something like that. Like, we still need jobs, but new jobs. Why most AI isn't scaling? There are around AI use cases. These usually are not too interesting. Basic stuff. My calendar is wall-to-wall meetings. I built a schedule. Cloud core task automatically preps me for all of them. That's good. That's easy to do. Simple. I don't need it. I don't have meetings. Jamie Growth, my favorite hockey team, hired a new assistant manager. Find 5 prospects a day with this agentic framework. For outreach, step into AWS Summit. OpenAI super app revamp. We get in the coming weeks we're shipping agent and coding super app that prioritizes pushing its nearly 1 billion toward paid projects ahead of its upcoming IPO. Oh, OpenAI is going IPO. Interesting. Chat is dead. The move will combine coding, images, and third-party apps into one interface. Yeah, this is like, and in the coming weeks. So it doesn't really, like, this is why, like, it doesn't, like my system to make a game might be completely irrelevant if this can do all of that much better, much easier. And that's all the emails done. I've done all the emails. Perfect, good, perfect. Let's see if I can drink this. It's cool enough. Done. Now let's figure out what to work on for like an hour and then do training. I think I need to talk to AI about my system and all of the challenges, like my options. Maybe I'll talk to ChatGPT because it's available and it's not as annoying as Gemini. No, that's what you need to see. But what I need to see is stream and stuff. Yeah, that's the stream. Okay. Let's see how far we get. I am currently planning what I should do in this month of June, and it is regarding making my detective city-based game. And what keeps me undecided on what I should work on is because in the large scale of things, to get the game done before, like getting the software, all of it, the game done before the end of September. That's the absolute deadline to complete the game. And I have several paths I can take. I can either manually make the game in Godot and then use AI to just copy and paste scripts, and then I work very slowly, but I have a lot of control of everything and I understand everything, and basically no tokens will be wasted. And this might be important because my budget is extremely tight, so I need to think about how I use my tokens. They need to be effectively used, basically. And what I aim to do is actually to finish the game as soon as possible, preferably before the end of July, to have like the basic whole game done, and then after that I can fill it with content and polish the content. But here comes a couple of other ideas that I can do instead of manually working on Godot. One is to use a local API, like a coding tool like Claude Code, and I will have access in July to tokens, or I will have a budget in July to spend on tokens on inference that I can run on cloud, and it might be Claude from Anthropic, or it might be some other, maybe DeepSeek, or it can be something like Codex from OpenAI or something like that. And here's where I'm thinking there are kind of three paths of taking this more integrated AI approach, where I use AI to basically change the files themselves on the computer. This will, by the way, save a lot of time if the AI can change things directly, but it makes it slightly harder to see what actually is being done and actually what tokens are being spent on. But it might make the development quicker, and I might increase the quality of the game by doing this. So anyway, the three ways I think I can do this is either the simple way where I just code and then I have very strict control of the AI, like I need this function or I need this specific thing. I still keep the driving seat on the programming and stuff, but I work like this. And another solution is that I give more control to the AI, and I basically instead create a kind of goal achieving system where I say, like, this is a hierarchy of goals to complete the game, and you need to figure out what to do, what goals to do and how to achieve them, etc., etc. And this might rely on some current technology or some technology that might come in a couple of weeks or in a month. For example, OpenAI has planned to make more agentic tools available very soon, so I might just use some new tool that doesn't exist today, and that might make everything much easier and improve the chance of finishing the game sooner than any other method. And the third method that I'm thinking is that I will use AI to create a kind of city detective game atelier, which is a software built to communicate with Godot, basically the Godot game engine. And in this software I will basically make the game mechanics for the game and then make it easy to change assets in the game, so I can iterate on the game much faster by using this software, which is designed to make this specific type of game. And I just and the idea is, regardless in all of the cases, I'm going to need AI to generate a bunch of stuff, like images for the game, like animations for the game, 3D models for the game, maybe voice, but I'm probably gonna need voice. I'm gonna need to generate the story beats, characters, like all of it. Basically like that. So what is your suggestion on how I should go forward?
Given your tight timeline and budget constraints, I'd recommend a hybrid approach that balances control and efficiency. Since you want the core game by the end of July, the priority is speed, without losing too much oversight. I'd suggest sticking to manual development in Godot for core mechanics. This gives you precise control over the foundation and avoids unexpected token costs. Then once you have that framework solid, you can introduce AI-driven scripting or asset generation, example image, audio, 3D, to accelerate content production once the structure's in place. This way you keep a close grip on the backbone code and spend your tokens strategically once the high-risk pieces are stable. If new generative agentic tools become available in a month, you can integrate them for rapid iteration on top of the base you've built. In short, prioritize the core structure manually first and add AI augmentation once that foundation is robust.
Okay, if I go with that plan, the main bottleneck will be that I need to copy and paste a bunch of code and manually create the scenes in Godot. Do you suggest that I use some tool on the computer in which the AI can edit files directly, but I still keep the same oversight and I just have a more specific tasks and prompts for the AI to not just develop a whole feature, but more like add this function to this file or something like that?
Yes, that's a solid middle ground. Using a local AI coding tool like Claude or Codex on your machine to handle very specific edits can speed up repetitive tasks without ceding creative or structural control. You'd set very explicit prompts like insert this function into this scene file or update this script to add a new mechanic. This approach keeps you in the driver's seat. AI is just a precision tool. That way you avoid the risk of AI black box behavior while still accelerating with your workflow on those mechanical updates. If your token budget is tight, this ensures every prompt is precise and cost effective.
Now I'm gonna record a message. Can you make a complete report, a complete research analysis with risks and opportunities based on the things that we have discussed? So you can consider all of the options and add more options or that you suggest and evaluate them and then come to a conclusion and keep all of the reasoning in the report so everything is transparent and I can follow the flow of the reasoning. And I'm recording a message because then it becomes text and then it can answer in text and then it becomes smarter than if it would be talking, I think. But this text came up pretty fast, so maybe it doesn't matter. But anyway, I got a report. I'm gonna switch to the computer and send this report to Gemini. I'm kind of getting sold on the idea of doing it manually step by step with very focused work with AI. Not saying like, can you develop this feature? Instead, like, can you add this function in this file? Or this function creates this error. Please fix it. One tricky thing, what happens when AI writes code is really the human bottleneck. Like, if it creates like 10 different files, then I have to understand how they are all connected. So I feel like I want to do it more in a stepwise. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Actually, before that, I'm gonna read. Maybe it's final conclusion after evaluating our approaches, strongest strategies, human-led development with local AI co-pilot assistance and strict architectural control. Do not spend the next 2 months building autonomous agents. Do not spend the next 2 months building AI infrastructure. Do not spend the next 2 months optimizing for future capabilities. Optimize for one thing: a playable detective game by the end of July. Yeah, that's good. That's kind of the same thing that I have here. Yeah, leverage the AI to finish the game ASAP. That's the same. If that succeeds, you gain something more valuable than any experimental AI workflow: a finished product, a reusable code base, a practical experience, evidence that your development process works. Yeah, okay, and what I was thinking, I was thinking something very important. A new idea on this. If I would work on this and I would use AI locally to work on things. Yeah, a plan. Planning. A complete game design document or small iterations. Yeah, I need to compare those two. Okay, so let's go forward with this plan.
Absolutely. Now that we have a clear direction, you can start mapping out your immediate steps for June. If you like, I can help you break down the tasks week by week or set milestones so you can stay on track. Let me know how you'd like to structure your next steps.
I have another tough decision here to make, and it's if I'm gonna go with a more iterative process or with a more waterfall process. And why I'm leaning towards a waterfall process is because these game mechanics are already existing and they have been proven. It's just that this combination of game mechanics haven't been proven yet. But still, there are even like template projects for Godot that I can just download and connect together to make this game work, basically. But yeah, and that's why I'm thinking maybe a waterfall process might work in this case, where I make a full game design document, full design documents, full interaction design documents, and then I just together with AI can create a kind of a plan of the full architecture of how the Godot project is structured, with files and folders and program like scripts and scenes, etc., etc. So it's easy to fill the game with a bunch of content once once it is feature complete. However, there's one point that is quite experimental, and that is the point of making a real copy of a whole town and in 3D. And the idea here is to use data that I have already gotten from Swedish, like measuring data from and geo package data that keeps vectors of sizes of houses, and then making some kind of house editor must be made in order to edit these houses so they resemble the real houses in the real world, and the terrain needs to be correctly leveled. Well, maybe the terrain can be completely flat because this town is pretty flat, so it might be completely okay in that case, but we need to add like a little river or something like that. And yeah, but the basic stuff is still the same. It's just gonna be a place where you can drive around to the different scenes, and each scene is a 2D scene when you come to it, and there you can do the point and click activities and yeah, stuff like this. And another part that is quite experimental is the game mechanic loop of that makes the game slightly more complex in designing it, which is that you will play the same day over and over, like Groundhog Day, until you have gradually solved the mystery. And yeah, but anyway, so I'm slightly leaning towards a waterfall kind of way of doing it, but there's still some elements that have not been tested, especially with my target audience being very wide and being towards people who have not grown up with computers. So it really needs to be simple, and it needs to be tested, the UI and everything, so it's easy to understand and easy to play, etc. And yeah, so that's why I'm thinking of going waterfall, but it might be necessary to do more of an iterative process where I make some feature and then I upgrade it and then I upgrade it. But usually this way of working really creates a much more complex code architecture base, where I feel like it creates a lot of legacy code and it becomes more complex as a human to keep everything in mind. Everything grows in a way that increases complexity rather than being built from a kind of a perfect plan from the beginning. But it might be necessary to do something like that. So what do you think about these two principles? And yeah, one more thing, I really want the AI to give suggestions on plans because before we implement anything, because that might improve a lot of things. But I don't know if that takes a lot of tokens to do planning of code, like big picture planning, like what kind of files we need, and if we're going to do an iterative process, the planning is going to be quite token expensive because the AI is going to need to read all of the everything and understand the code base in order to make a new plan for the next iteration, and then we make that, and then the next iteration AI also needs to eat all the new code and understand everything in order to make a new plan after we've tested it. What do you think is the best way to get to a high quality game as soon as possible?
This is a really nuanced dilemma, and both principles have merit, so let's break it down carefully. First, on the side of waterfall, it offers a lot of upfront clarity, especially because you already have proven mechanics. Crafting a complete design document first, with AI helping you outline file structure and architecture, means you have a blueprint. This reduces cognitive overhead, keeps complexity down, and minimizes scope creep. However, it can be rigid. If you discover usability issues or new ideas, it's harder to pivot quickly. On the side of iterative, it offers flexibility, which is critical given your wide target audience. The complexity of a Groundhog Day mechanic plus a real-world town model means you might need multiple feedback loops. If you iterate, you test early, catch usability issues with your audience, and adjust. Yes, this creates some legacy code risk, but if you keep a tight scope, small iterative loops, frequent refactors, you can keep complexity manageable. Now, AI for planning is a double-edged sword. It can produce excellent high-level plans, but yes, it's token expensive, especially if you're iterating code-based changes each cycle. My recommendation is to lean on AI for the big picture planning once at the start, define a core file structure, a folder layout, and a modular architecture. Then once you have that roadmap, you reduce AI usage to targeted prompts, like add this feature to this class, so that you're not paying token costs for repeated large-scale code reviews. In short, keep AI as a planning assistant early on, but once you commit to a structure, stick to disciplined iterative feedback loops. Just keep each cycle short so you catch issues fast. That way you balance simplicity, budget, and speed.
Okay, now it's becoming a bit complex because it has some ideas here that I need to understand, but I also have some ideas, a couple of ideas of how to think about it. And I think I'll get my ideas out first so they don't disappear, and then go into reading and understanding more. So the idea is mechanics. Waterfall mechanics. 4 weeks. 4-week sprint. Feature completes. Testable UI. That's one. And then 2 is 3D model tool. Waterfall. Tool to create 3D model. Feed into Godot. I don't know how many weeks. I probably need 4 weeks for that. Fun. Full map. 3D map. point, click, drive, yeah, the map, test map, something like that, and then the rest. I don't know, I'm taking a chance there. Now I'm gonna read this. AI plan first. AI plan first. Full architecture from spec. Full architecture from spec. Spec-driven development. First, on the side of waterfall, minimize scope creep, rigid. This is why I make it and then test it. So just a longer, that's the idea of what I'm thinking to long sprint. I was thinking of saying that to the AI. On the side of iterative, offer flexibility, the complexity of Groundhog Day, just Groundhog Day, Groundhog Day, mechanics with target of the ends. I'm taking so many shortcuts just writing it, scribbling it. The complexity of a Groundhog Day mechanic plus a real-world town model means you might need the multiple feedbacks loop if you iterate, you test early, catch usability issues with your audience, and adjust. Yes, this creates some legacy code risk, but if you keep a tight scope, small iterative loops, frequent refactors, you can keep complexity manageable. The refactoring, let's put a question mark, or refactor often versus refactoring is not a strong side. It's not, I can do it, but I haven't done it a lot, and I usually spend a lot of time on it because that requires a replanning together with thinking about legacy code. It's like it's a kind of scarcity thinking instead of abundance thinking. It requires much more working memory. Like if you are gonna do something like you build a house, you want to build a house, you can either find a house and that is completely destroyed and then build that house, or that's refracting, or you can tear down the house and just start from scratch. And mentally that is much easier to do than to take a broken house and try to see what the problems are, trying to fix them. It requires much more intelligence and working memory in order to do that. So that's why I don't like the iterative process as much, because then you start from scratch and you build a kind of a house, and then next when you have to improve it, then you have to go back and look at problems and like, so then becomes the refactoring thing that you have to clean up. Refactoring is basically cleaning up so you can start working again. Now, AI for planning is double-edged sword. You can put sectional high-level plans, but yes, top specific, especially if you're iterating code-based cycle. My recommendation is to lean on AI for the big picture planning once at the start. Define a core file structure, a folder layout, and a modular architecture. Then once you have that roadmap, you reduce AI usage to targeted prompts, like add this feature to this class, so that you are not paying token costs for repeated large-scale code reviews. In short, keep AI as a planning assistant. Yeah. This speaks against this. This is good clarity. Another thing that I need to say, not big system, since new systems will come. Instead, build Godot project. That will not come as news. I don't know how to put it in words. How do I put it in words? The idea that I'm trying to convey is that if I make a system like this, or if I make my root goal hierarchy system with AI Orchestra, in a couple of weeks there might come a better tool, which means that all of this work is garbage, throw it away, and I just use ChatGPT's or OpenAI's tool or Grok Build or something. If I can afford tokens. But if I instead work more manually and create just a Godot project, use the AI inference to just build a Godot project and improve that, then if a new technology comes, like Grok Build or whatever, then I can feed in the existing code base and say, let's improve on this Godot project, let's improve on this game. So then I can use the work that I have made. So this plan is safer, more stable and safer. For now, but it's less risky, but it's also but because at the same time, like if I start to develop this thing and new AI comes, then like this is basically a Godot project. Like this is a code software project. I can just feed in this code base into the new AI, and the new AI just starts working and improving this. So this isn't a lot. This isn't an argument anymore. But it is an argument against that thing, the theory. So I think I'm gonna or actually I'm going to cross this out. Just to symbolically remember that we're not gonna make this system now. gonna make a practical version of that system. That's what I'm saying. The theory can still be explored. Maybe. But at the same time, if this becomes a piece of software that I start to build together with AI, then when AI becomes better, I can feed in this software and say, let's improve on the software. I'm back where I started. All the options are available now again. Okay, now back to what I was reading here. Yeah, planning is a double-edged sword. High-level plans, token expensive. The recommendation is for AI big picture planning once at the start. For the layout, modular architecture. Okay, so I've been thinking about your suggestions and thinking about the pros and cons, and one idea is to have basically long sprints, like 4-week long sprint where I do basically that part will be waterfall, where I basically make a complete game mechanic, complete game, where all of the mechanics there are there, point and click and driving, and there's a test 3D map. And then I can test these mechanics with my target audience, and then I can just iterate until it's easy for them to play, and that is basically proven that the mechanics work. And after that I will start a next waterfall kind of period, which is maybe 4 weeks, where I focus on making only the 3D model tool, which basically doesn't need to work in Godot at all. It's a different piece of software that creates, it creates assets for Godot, which makes it easy for in Godot to make the full 3D map of the town. So it's a separate piece of software where you can feed in data from like vector data of the houses, and then do editing on the houses, which produces ultimately something which the Godot project can just receive as a couple of files and then use that, and it should, if the previous game mechanics are set up correctly, then connecting them later when that is done should be easy. However, there are two other things I'm thinking about, and it is partially that we could, instead of this, we could, as you say, have shorter sprints and do refractor of them. I'm not an expert on refractoring. I know how to do it, and I have done it a lot, but it's not. I don't feel very knowledgeable. I don't feel like a master in refractoring, and I feel like refractoring might be just cleaning up the code and basically doing a replan of some code sometimes, but it does require a lot of cognitive work to basically take a step back and think about the whole architecture. And it's kind of this idea of you build kind of a half-assed house first, and then you take a step back and you see the problems with the house, and then refractoring is going in and deciding what to remove and what to build upon, and the whole process become more complex. And this is what I don't like working in an iterative process like this, because it creates this like huge debt of a huge complexity of systems. So usually I feel it's much better to make it like a complete plan and then follow the plan, and if the plan doesn't work, then scrap and start from the beginning, but with a different system. I feel like that's the easier way to do it. Like cognitively, it requires less thinking power. But here's the other thing. I realized that the power of thinking, like making a piece of software, like making the Godot project, is something that is valuable even if there's new AI technology coming that helps with AI orchestration or whatever, because then I can just feed the same project in that new system, and AI can just help me improve it. It can understand it and improve it. But when I thought about this as a point to focus on making a Godot project rather than my own kind of game engine add-on software, or the other system, which is a more general case goal-oriented system where the AI figures out what goals needs to be done and then doing them, I realized that those two are also pieces of software. So if AI is improved, then I can feed in that piece of software into the AI, and the AI can improve it. But I guess the last part, especially the general kind of goal-oriented kind of software, might be creating features that become redundant. If I have a mechanism to create goals and sub-goals, and then later on OpenAI releases some kind of super agent, or Cloud Code improves their agent to create sub-goals and stuff in a better way, or at least in a complete way, in a feature complete way, then my system becomes redundant, the more theoretical general system. But so maybe the big general system is ruled out, the AI Orchestra kind of system, but still there is a decision to be made between what software should I make, and it's either the game or this game engine. And the thing is with this game engine is that it kind of really makes it fast to iterate and change things, but I'm not sure. Maybe I need to first make the game mechanics in either case and make it work and make kind of a structure, and then on top of that I make this kind of piece of software that then with AI I can take the information of how the Godot project have been developed and then realize how this extra piece of software can easily change the content, not changing the game mechanics, not changing any scripts, just adding and removing things in scenes, I think, basically. Yeah, something like that. What do you think?
I think you've zeroed in on a solid approach, especially given your timeline and cognitive load concerns. Here's the reasoning. First, focus on the game mechanics first. That's the core user experience. If you can get a working, polished detective game with all its mechanics by your chosen sprint end, You validate the concept. Then once it's working, you've got a concrete base. Your audience will test it and you'll get real feedback. That reduces the risk of building abstractions that never get used. Second, after that, you do the game focus tool, this house editor. Once your game structure is tested, the editor just becomes a content pipeline. And that's a separate scope piece of software. It doesn't need to be perfect from the start, it just needs to do one thing well: generate house assets that you can import. And since it's separate, if AI improves later, you feed that process back into it. I think your intuition's correct about complexity. Iterative refactoring is powerful, but it demands high mental bandwidth. You don't need to be a master of refactoring to succeed, but you do need to avoid letting technical debt spiral. Thus, the plan should keep each sprint tightly scoped, one mechanical system per sprint. After each sprint, you step back, see what you learned, and only then replan. That gives you both a structured roadmap and the flexibility to adjust. In conclusion, I'd go with the two-phase waterfall idea. First, a complete game mechanics sprint for a solid playable core, then a separate sprint for the content tooling. Keep AI for the high-level planning up front, and avoid letting it drive constant refactors. This strikes the right balance: clarity in design, focused iteration, and a manageable cognitive load for you.
Well, are you suggesting 2 pieces of software or 3? Because I was suggesting 3. First, making the game mechanics in the Godot project and making it playable and just testing the game mechanics, making sure it works. And then second, either start to work on the 3D mapping tool or start on the kind of the game engine tool, because the 3D mapping tool is not the same purpose as the other game engine tool. Like the game engine tool or the game content population tool will use the Godot project and just be developed to create scenes and add in backgrounds and characters and dialogue lines and stuff like this, and maybe keep some kind of kind of abstract underlying things like story beats and things that doesn't need to go into the actual Godot project, but will decide what characters come when, and like helping to design the story, helping to design the game in a more like higher level. That's the purpose of this more game engine like software. But there's a difference between this game engine software and the 3D modeling tool, because I think if we can, we should modularize as much as possible, and the 3D, we just need to know what assets Godot need in order to create a navigable 3D world, so it can be a separate piece of software. And I think it's also good to do it that way, because then we can separate the purpose of working. Like I can work in one piece of software to improve the 3D model, and that has nothing to do with characters, nothing to do with narrative. It has nothing to do with this other piece of game engine software that needs to create a solid red thread, like a wholeness of the game. And I think maybe something like that. Or should I combine them to combine the 3D world? Because if I change the design of the 3D model of the car, for example, to a different kind of art style, then I also need to change the art style of the 3D world. But I kind of think like I already have a good idea of the art style of the game, so I think I can make the 3D world, and I kind of prefer to make the 3D world first as good as I can, and then after that I can make the rest of the game fit that art style. So what do you think? I'm thinking it's 3 pieces of software.
I think you're absolutely right to separate them into 3 distinct pieces. Each has a unique purpose, and compartmentalizing them will actually reduce complexity in the long run. By focusing first on the game mechanics in Godot, you ensure the core interaction loop is solid, no distractions, just validated gameplay. Once that's proven, you then pivot to the 3D modeling tool. That keeps your art style consistent and gives you a clean asset pipeline. You can iterate there without messing with game logic. After that, you build the game content tool, a high-level organizer that structures narrative, characters, and scene design. Keeping them separate gives you that flexibility to adjust each piece independently, especially since, as you noted, the art style and the narrative don't always evolve in lockstep. So yes, 3 distinct tools, one for core game mechanics, one for 3D asset generation, and one for orchestrating the story and content flow. This keeps your focus sharp. You build and validate the game first, then you create the tools for content and narrative. And if AI advances, you feed it back into these tools later, but you won't risk spiraling complexity now.
Okay. While it was talking, I got this idea of the next step of thinking, of planning June. But before that, I need to read again what it said. Let's see if I can listen to it again. What happens if I press that?
I think you're absolutely right to separate them into 3 distinct pieces. Each has a unique purpose, and compartmentalizing them will actually reduce complexity in the long run. By focusing first on the game mechanics in Godot, you ensure the core interaction loop is solid, no distractions, just validated gameplay. Once that's proven, you then pivot to the 3D modeling tool. That keeps your art style consistent and gives you a clean asset pipeline. You can iterate there without messing with game logic. After that, you build the game content tool, a high-level organizer that structures narrative, characters, and scene design. Keeping them separate gives you that flexibility to adjust each piece independently, especially since, as you noted, the art style and the narrative don't always evolve in lockstep. So yes, 3 distinct tools, one for core game mechanics, one for 3D asset generation, and one for orchestrating the story and content flow. This keeps your focus sharp. You build and validate the game first, then you create the tools for content and narrative. And if AI advances, you feed it back into these tools later, but you won't risk spiraling complexity now.
I think this is a good way to use the limits and the capacity of my brain, because this is 3 pieces of software, so I can easily compartmentalize. It's like, and then each piece of software have a different purpose, have a different set of features, different bugs, and different code bases and everything. So it makes it easy for me to switch from one to another. And they have distinct different purposes, which means I can forget the other 2 to just focus on one of them, and then it becomes easier to focus on a sub-part of that. And it's not like 10 pieces of software with a little bit inside of each one, because that also increases. It becomes a different kind of complexity, trying to keep like 10 different things in mind at the same time. I've been thinking a lot about this when I made that high goal hierarchy kind of thing, like having a limit of how many sub goals each goal can have, so it's easy to keep everything that needs to be kept in mind at the same time. Like if you have a maximum of 3 sub goals per goal, then you have, when you focus on one goal, you can compartmentalize like 3 sub goals in order to achieve that, and you can keep like all these 4 pieces in mind at the same time, which makes it possible to think about the context that is needed between the root goal and the 3 sub goals. And if you need to zoom in on one of them, then you can forget the top root goal and you think of this one and the 3 sub ones. This means that you can keep 2 levels in mind at once, which means you make sure one connection works. I don't know if this is good enough, or if you need to keep 2 connections, if that's better, or if it's necessary or not. But yeah, that was a sidetrack on how to use your cognitive abilities when planning. yeah, let's see where this plan goes further. Here I was thinking about June. Let's go into reality. Okay, so my situation right now is that in this month of June I don't have any budget to pay for API access to AI, and I have limited. I can only use free AI tools. Like I can use you, ChatGPT, and talk to you, and copy paste code if I want to, or do planning of code like waterfall, where I plan the big picture of things. And I was thinking then maybe to spend June to do as much of this work that I can do with free AI and with my brain, and make sure that the waterfall is like thoroughly, like the architecture is fully thought out. You can think it from different perspectives. You can make sure it's modular, and I can gradually, like if I come up with something, we can recheck the plan. We can see if things needs to change, or see if things makes it easier, and the plan can just improve and improve. And I'm thinking of spending the whole month of June to making plans for each of these 3 software programs. So first I'll make a complete, like a game design spec of the features that are needed for the game mechanics to be feature complete, which is basically the Godot project, and what we need as assets and test assets, etc., to doing all of that. And then I'll focus, continue in June. When I'm done with that, I continue in June to make the waterfall plan for the 3D mapping tool, the software to make a 3D map. The problem here is that I need to test in Godot the limits of making a bigger 3D world, because there has to be some sorts of optimization when loading and unloading parts of the map, because it is quite a big map. I think it's 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, and yeah, so we might need, we have to think about optimization, and we have to test the size of the map and see that it works well on a simple laptop, etc., etc. So I don't know if we cannot decide, we cannot go into detail on the 3D mapping software regarding what specific assets it's going to lead to, like what files it's going to lead to, but I can put in what I need as a user, what kind of features I need, and I can also decide, like think what kind of data do we have available that we can feed into it, which is geographical data, like vector data of sizes of houses and placements of roads, and like basically the geo package files and stuff like this, in order to have enough data, to make sure we have enough data, and see what features we need, what things we need to edit regarding the houses, and what things can be made automatically, and with the aim of making as much automatically as possible, but also, yeah, something like that. And then go further in June to focus on making the plan for the kind of game content populator, kind of game engine, where I think about what features do I need there regarding creating things like the narrative and all this. But the thing, I think the planning of this cannot really occur until after the Godot project is not only made with feature complete mechanics, but also tested to make sure that the features are complete. Then I can think about all of the features in the last piece of software completely. But there are many things that when the plan is done for the game mechanics, the game design document, then I can still think a lot about what kind of characters do I like, what do the characters need, maybe not. Maybe I don't know yet. But some parts regarding creating the narrative and creating story beats and making sure the story overall is a great story, maybe I can work on some parts of there.
That sounds like a really pragmatic approach, and I think it plays to your strengths, especially since you have limited budget this month. Spending June on a thoroughly thought out plan will pay dividends later. By the end of June, you'll have a rock-solid game design spec, which is your anchor. Then you can assess the 3D map tool independently, feeding in your geographic data and user needs, and test its performance in Godot on your target hardware. That's crucial. Once you know it's feasible, then you can proceed to build the game content populator, where you can focus on narrative beats, character flow, and story structure. Even if you don't finalize the narrative details right now, you can brainstorm those story beats alongside the game mechanics. That way, when the game design is validated, you already have a rich framework for the narrative. So I think you've got it right. Full planning this month, then test, then build each piece of software in turn, starting with the game core. That keeps your focus sharp and your risk low.
Okay, so how should I scope all of this? Because I could probably spend a lot of time making the game design document. I could spend a lot of time making design features for the 3D mapping tool, and I can get into a bunch of details regarding the narrative design. Like, should I aim to get all of these 3 done in June, or should I just aim to get one of them done in June, or should I aim to, like, should I put the time limit of 2 weeks to make the first game design and the architecture for the game mechanics, for the full feature complete Godot, or should I just work on that until it is complete and then go to the next? Like, how should I decide on a timeline, a time limit, or should I just work as fast as possible until it feels like it's done?
Given your need for focus and to avoid endless refinement, I strongly suggest setting hard time limits. Aim for fixed sprints. 2 weeks is a good cadence. The reason is that open-ended design can lead you down infinite rabbit holes, so setting deadlines forces you to prioritize. So step 1, allocate 2 weeks strictly to the game design spec, no distractions. Once that's done, test whether it's robust. Then give yourself another 2 weeks for the 3D mapping tool specs, focusing on user needs, data requirements, and performance testing. After that, if you still have time in June, you can start the narrative tool plan. If not, you carry it over into July, but you won't lose momentum. So by boxing each piece into a sprint, you balance thoroughness with a clear deadline. That way you keep forward momentum and avoid burnout.
I just realized something, that the reason Agile, one of the big reasons Agile was developed and Scrum and Sprint was developed is because the problem of time estimation. That is one of the core things, not all of it, but that's one of the core things. Like, estimation how long time it takes is hard. So if you make a waterfall plan for 2 years of development for a piece of software, then you might spend these 2 years, and after that you evaluate, and you haven't made good enough software that can ship. And then you have to extend the time. But if you choose an iterative process with Scrum and sprints, like doing 2 weeks and 2 weeks and 2 weeks, 2 weeks, then you do gradual, like, prioritization and gradual iteration. So after a few weeks, you would aim to have, like, even after first week, or not week, but first sprint, after first sprint, you have something valuable to the customer that you can ship. And that is the power of iteration to meet a deadline, which is the two-year budget that you have, like, to have something. So in that process, you're basically creating something like an MVP in the beginning, and then you iterate and improve, 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 and when the time is ended, that's what the product is. It works since it has been proven before. It's just have reached some level of usability with some features done, and it works. And if you want to, you can extend the timeline to improve it, but you don't have to in order to make something that is useful. And now I'm taking this information to sub-iteration. Like, I'm gonna stop talking to AI here. one of the essential points of Agile is to introduce iteration in order to meet a deadline. And the idea there, I think, is that instead of having a waterfall method for one deadline, like this is when the budget ends, you decide instead of making a whole plan for the whole time, which might lead to an unfinished product with lots of features, but you have to extend the timeline, which means you fail to meet the deadline. But the solution then is to take inspiration from Agile and do an iterative process in order to meet the deadline. And the idea there is to deliver something of value already in the first sprint, in the first iteration, and then iterate to improve every time. So in the end of this time window and at the deadline, you have something of some quality that is useful to some degree, and you don't have to increase the timeline, but you can if you want to. But in that sense, you have secured the completion of a valuable project within the time limit, the deadline. And here's what I think I want to post some critique on you suggesting a deadline within June towards making the plan for the mechanics of the game, and the supposed deadline for working on the 3D tool, world model tool. And I think we have to treat each piece of software needs to have its own iteration. Like each one is basically its own project. We can see them as its own product, and we should make several sprints within each of them to ensure that we reach a usable result within the designed timeline. And I think, I don't know, spontaneously I call this sub-iterations, but we don't need to introduce that. But instead think of it in this way, and then maybe we will have to have shorter sprints in order to make it in time. But yeah, because I think it's really risky to say like we're gonna have 2 weeks or 4 weeks. If we're gonna have one sprint of 4 weeks to make all the game mechanics, then I will spend all of this time, and I might not be able to deliver on it, and I might have to extend the timeline, which means I will not meet the deadlines. And
that's a really sharp observation, and I agree with you. Agile's strength is exactly that it breaks down work into smaller incremental deliverables, so you don't risk a massive time sink on any one piece. Instead of a single 4-week sprint per piece of software, you should indeed introduce multiple shorter sprints, like 1 to 2 week sprints within each project. That way every sprint delivers a small piece of value. For example, even after the first game mechanic sprint, you'll have a basic playable loop. Not perfect, but something you can test. Then you iterate, refining the core mechanics step by step. Your 3D mapping tool, your first sprint might define the input and test a small subset of the map. Then another sprint focuses on optimization. By doing this, you always have a usable, testable product at each checkpoint. Break each software piece down into small, self-contained sprints that deliver tangible, testable value. After each sprint, you reassess, prioritize, and pivot as needed. This gives you flexibility, ensures you deliver something of value even if you don't finish everything, and you still hit deadlines by consistently shipping usable increments. So each tool is its own agile project, and you aim to get a minimal viable version of each within June, iterating from there.
he just agreed with me. He didn't talk back. But I guess it helped me think about it. More easier. But the time is running out now. 1 week sprints are rough. I've done that before. But 1 week sprints also
helps you more quicker learn how to estimate, and you get better at sprinting faster because the iteration is faster. So maybe 1 week sprints are the way to go. And for me personally, I think 1 week is a lot of time. But the question is, can I work in a comfortable pace on 1 week sprints? I've never been able to really relax when I've had 1 week sprints. I've got a lot of shit done very fast, but it always leads me to a kind of crash after a while. So I would have to make sure that I'm working slow or something, or that I recover fast. Maybe I have to completely change how I work. So I work Monday to Friday like usually, and then on Saturday, Sunday I take time off completely. Yeah, I think I gotta go that way. One week sprint. Okay, let's wrap up. Okay, can we go into practical detail now to see? I'm thinking of working with 1 week sprints because there's not a lot of time left, and each of these software projects have a very limited amount of time. And yeah, I guess I have to extend. Actually, I'm thinking maybe, yeah, we're gonna divide this into 2 bigger parts. One is the planning part, and one is the development part. And we will do planning for each of these 3 software projects, and we will do development for each of these 3 software projects. And we'll do it like, we will plan the full game mechanics Godot project first, with architecture, full thinking everything through like a complete, like a waterfall kind of plan. And then we will plan the second piece of software, which is the 3D modeling tool. And then we will develop the mechanics, full mechanics, and we will test that to make sure it works. And then we will develop this 3D modeling tool and make sure that works. And after that, we will develop this other tool to iterate on the game. And in worst case scenario, we will not have time to develop this last piece of software, and we'll have to just manually put things into the game. I don't know, hopefully we'll not do that. But yeah, that's the plan, overarching plan. And then I want to go into actually have to consider the planning stage of each part to have its own, to be its own product, basically. So we have 6 projects here, which have 6 different deadlines. And this means that we will iterate even on the plan itself. So we'll make, maybe the first day or first sprint, I'll make one version of the plan for the game mechanics, and then iterate on that to make sure that I have a plan that is complete enough for the development later, and it is done within a specified time. And I don't know how, like, it might be just 2 weeks or something to make the plan. I'm not sure.
Yes, structuring it as 6 distinct projects with their own iterative planning sprints is a solid approach. Each sprint should have a clear time-boxed goal. For the game mechanics plan, I would suggest a maximum of 2 weeks, since it's crucial but also achievable. In that first sprint, aim to define every mechanic, every interaction, and the folder file architecture so it's robust. After that, do a 1 week sprint to review, get some feedback, even informal, and adjust the plan if needed. Then once that plan is stable, you do a 1 week sprint to plan the 3D mapping tool. Defining user inputs, the kind of data you need, and how the tool exports. Again, iterate for a week after that. This keeps you nimble. Each plan is just a few focus sprints, so you can adjust quickly if something goes off track. Then for development sprints, you do the same approach, 1 week each, making sure each sprint produces a small, usable feature or testable outcome. By structuring it this way, you keep all 6 projects on a tight, iterative timeline. And if you start slipping, you still have time box checkpoints to cut scope and focus on core functionality. I'm sorry, but you've hit the date.
I hit the daily limit for voice message on ChatGPT. Iterations within iterations.
The idea is to have a big iteration during these 2 months. And then another iteration. So I'll produce a full HQ game at this point, and then another full HQ game at this point, but it will be the same game. So I'll try to fit in all of these deadlines, but this means like, yeah, coming closer to some plan here. Now we're gonna start to count weeks and days. I don't know if I need to clean up the whiteboard first or not. Refactoring the whiteboard, because I need space. Here I feel use engine, use engine. Use engine. Fill HQ. Improve HQ. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I might not even have 8 weeks until end of July. Yeah, the next step is either refactoring the whiteboard, or it is to look at my calendar to start to fill things in. Fit. In real days. Weeks. June and July. And I think it's time to do training. But I'm also low on sugar. Maybe I should eat some pre-training food like an apple or something. Overarching plan is to and then review plan with AIs, with specifically Gemini, Grok, and maybe some else. Maybe we can use Claude. I don't think you get much free from Claude. Perplexity I could use, whatever. Hannah said, oh,
Okej, och lycka till. Vi kan ta en extra träff i juli. That sounds good. I don't know which training I should do. Now I've done a lot of mental work, and supposedly aerobic training after mental work should create BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factors, and I think it's a good way to take a break. It forces your brain to take a break. It makes it easier to not think about work when you have something. When you have a bunch of movements and the muscles need oxygen and you do breathing and stuff. But it really is hard to find good exercises. I've partially done the planning of June, so I'm probably gonna move that to tomorrow to work more on that tomorrow, because what's gonna happen now is gonna train, I'm gonna eat food, probably want to watch a movie, and then I think I should prepare for bed. So try to prepare for bed, but then I want to feel free, so I do procrastination, and then I scroll on TikTok for a few hours, and I do it smartly in bed, so when I get tired I can easily fall asleep. Something like that. That's just how it usually goes. Oh, chopping potatoes I also need to do. That's probably gonna be quite good. I should also check the Elon Musk post. Yeah, there's... But yeah, the tricky this is really the best exercise program that I've ever done. This aerobic Jane Fonda's original workout. It's such a good workout. Such a good workout. It pushes you to your limit, but it doesn't require you, like you can still do it basically whoever you are. You can still try it and do it and get better on it, I think. But the main thing is like it's got this great music playing throughout, which changes, so it really keeps you focused on the video and on the things. And the music is so good, it ties to the intensity of the exercise. It matches your whole being up, becomes so focused in doing this exercise. And it's aerobic exercise, and it's a 34 minutes long, and it's continually. It's not like aerobic and too tough and then you don't get an aerobic effect. It's continually an aerobic tempo, and it doesn't get too tough. It's like the right tempo for the body to get into aerobic state, where you're breathing and your heart rate is high but not too high and not too low. And it moves the whole body, all of the things in the body, almost all of the things in the body. And it includes stretching. I guess during the stretching moments you get a bit of a break. You get a break from the aerobic. Yeah, you do that. But the stretchings are often dynamic. You move a lot. But anyway, I haven't seen anyone handle this better. Any training handle this better. And you get to do the stretching, and you do the full body, and there's a lot of small exercises. You do these exercises. So the more exercises, the better. Like a bunch of different is better. But it's not hard to learn. Like it's repetitive on the things that you do, and then you do the next things, and then you repeat. It took me a couple of times to learn the program, but it was pretty fastly done. But I tried to do this every day for a while, and it was great. However, my legs
start to grow muscles disproportionate to the rest of the stuff. So I feel like it's, if you do this every day, it's too monotonous. But I haven't found anything that is this good, that moves like the whole body. If you know something, let me know. I've never gone to the advanced section and done the advanced stuff. After 34, then advanced starts. You move your head, you move to the side, you do. It seems like it's the same. How is it advanced? Is it advanced because it has more stuff at the end? It's... oh, this I haven't seen before. Even more leg movements. Oh, child pose. And then to the butt exercises, and then to the ending part. But it's much longer. I don't want to train that long. Or maybe it's good to train that long. Maybe the brain gets a longer break. It's 50 minutes long or something. Yeah, it's 50 minutes long. 50 minutes long. Maybe another time. Do we have any other suggestions? This is another workout. It looks a little bit like Kundalini. She's talking, but is this the advanced one with a bunch of dancing? Because that is it longer? It's 1 hour and 32. Yeah, it's much longer. Apparently I've seen this one as well. I don't remember it. one is also 1.5 hour long. Why is this replayed? I did a yoga one that was pretty good. Or was it yoga? This one is moving a lot of the body. It doesn't seem to be intense. It's 22 minutes. Probably not aerobic, but in a sense it's aerobic because you actually do the breathing. Yeah, I think I've done this. It was, if I remember it correctly, it was good. Yeah. But it wasn't fully resetting everything. I want something that is aerobic for real. You seem to be moving a lot here. I don't see the oh. Is she breathing in and out when she do that? That looks like Kundalini. This one was really good, but it's not aerobic, it's very calm. Gonna look into this one.
Exhale, stay here. Inhale the elbows up to the level of the shoulders, pivot the feet a tiny bit wider, bend the knees. Inhale, twist to your left, exhale, twist to your right. Keep going. Inhale left, exhale right.
Yeah, this is, see, it looks like a modified. Yeah, this is going to be exercise. I'm gonna try this. But I want to.
Can you encode text into binary?
I want kind of the. Some kind of image like that. Yeah, this is probably gonna be great. Oh, this looks so interesting. I'm gonna open it in a new tab. This also looks interesting. A bunch of interesting stuff is appearing. This time I'll do this, and I'll stream my movements, but no sound because I need to listen to this video. Do like that. Yeah, then I can see it. Okay. Or maybe here is better. Actually, maybe not. Maybe this is better. Something like that. It would have been better further behind. That's not a problem. You can put it way behind. But the figure will be in the way. I can put it here. Yes, I think I have everything ready. Let's get some light. November and December. Okay, I'm gonna do this new kind of exercise. Here's my sponsor. And I have to turn off the microphone. That was tough. It was extremely mentally hard to keep the arms up that much, so much. I feel like it's slightly hard to keep them up now. Ooh. And somehow it was really easy to meditate. I could continue meditating. I think it's partly because of the exercise, but also partly because I'm a bit tired. But the exercise really pushed me to my limits, so that sitting in meditation was not so much effort. I want to sit on this because I'm so sweaty. I was sweated down. Now the question is, what should I prioritize? I think rehydration. I think I'll take a soup, microwave it, put in rehydration, and then I'll probably go take a regular kind of shower. But it didn't feel like Kundalini yoga. There was no I didn't feel anything regarding the breath or some special mental state. I feel like this kind of exercise is just becoming better at meditating, maybe? Like increasing blood flow and structure here, so you can sit without problem. I feel like that's might be the purpose of this workout. Mental endurance and endurance.
roasted sesame seeds with olive oil and apple cider vinegar and a little salt, and then soup, kind of salty soup, and then a rehydrate water. I don't know why, but the TV produces quite a lot of heat. Is it cold enough to eat? They become quite roasted, but I waited until they popped. Maybe it reacted with something. Yeah, it's too roasted. It should be very lightly roasted.
was a good workout. Morning Kundalini, full body. Yeah, that is a shoulder workout. And mental pushing yourself workout. What is this? Oh, you can cool. It's not only with 3D printed parts, it never is. Like the 3D part this, or maybe this. I don't know, it depends. Maybe they use they're getting a very cold temperature though. I don't know why they want so cold temperature. Let's make a shortcut. Why make this Pro? Why does it say Pro down here? Oh, it's the model. And then when I click, the text comes. No? Double click. Nothing happens. Strange. 2 out of 3 times it happened when I was clicking. And 1 out of 3 times nothing happened. Maybe it's because I changed the model mid. That's interesting. And then we have the latest Elon Musk thing. I feel in my neck, not just shoulders, but neck, I feel very strong. Almost too strong or something. I feel it's tough to stay upright. I'm gonna watch this and this. Let's see if it has not. It doesn't. I think it got stuck. Why make this? Now disappeared. Low scale liquid nitrogen production. Interesting. Low scale nitrogen production. Liquid nitrogen. What is the use case for liquid nitrogen? It is for rockets. Cryosurgery. Dermatologist. Freeze and remove unwanted skin lesions. Warts and some early skin cancer. Cryopreservation. Store biological and long-term without cellular degradation. Blood, sperm, eggs, embryos, umbilical cord tissue. Food industry. Flash freezing. I see. For transit. prepanality used in modernist cuisine to make instant ice cream. Shrink fitting, deflashing and machining, molded rubber plastic, cleaning, technology and research, supercomputer and sensor cooling, high performance computers, quantum computing rigs, specialized autonomous sensors, eliminate thermal noise, superconductivity, high temperature superconductors, enable to achieve zero electrical resistance, aerospace purging, purge fuel lines, pipelines. I see. This one sounds most interesting, like why he would do it. Why did he do it in the video? What is his interests to use this kind of thing? Yeah, but what kind of thing might he possibly use it for? Now we're doing intelligence gathering with AI. Milling. Mm-hmm. Right. Am I gonna watch this one or something else? I think I'm not gonna watch this. I've never gotten recommended a completely non-English video. It's an AI avatar. I think it's speaking Japanese. This was yesterday. I'm gonna watch this. It's the easiest way to do it. With my headphones. 19 minutes. Okay.
come to politics. Let's skip the violence. It's so distracting. Magic one number. Raw material costs if atoms could be rearranged for free. Magic one number. And idiot index. Ratio of finished product price to raw materials cost. Finished product price to raw material cost. It's a ratio. If the raw material cost is really small compared to the finished product price, the idiot index says, well, this is really cheap. This I can make myself. Maybe something like that. Wait. Why is it bad to agree that the ceiling is 11 and a half? That's that. That was around 15 minutes maybe. I'm gonna watch this one. NASA's plan to own the moon's south pole. It really is a race. the first one who gets there just owns it. Just get it. I thought SpaceX would go there faster. A sniper. And then a commercial. Mm-hmm. Oh. Shadow for billions of years. China is planning. Oh wow. That's a couple of months. When was this? 1 day ago? When because as I remember, Blue Origin is pretty far behind.
missions, Artemis. That is crazy. As he was saying it, I was reading it. What the fuck? What a synchronicity.
Advantage of this includes the largest commercial payload delivered so far to the lunar surface, and it could actually launch as early as summer 2026, because
That
this
is
one
crazy.
will be taking advantage.
And that's now. Fucking heavy. Oh, I guess it wasn't that synchronicity because it's this video and I watched more than 9 minutes. So it's talking about this. Wait, I gotta listen to this again. Wait. Why isn't he mentioning SpaceX? Cool rover. Oh, you mentioned Falcon Heavy, SpaceX, yeah. Griffin 1. Under the same program. What? Complex texting. What? I'm confused. I thought SpaceX was way ahead of Blue Origin. Mass orbit reusability and flight cadence. Scope architecture. Here's how the two compare technically with the time looks of similar aspects. Scale of the vehicles. SpaceX is building a skyscraper. Blue Origin is building a traditional landing. SpaceX Starship is less. Starship is massive, 550 meter tall. And is there a lot of cargo. Blue Origin, smaller, lunar lander, optimized specifically for the moon environment. 20 to 30 metric tons. The orbitary fluid is neither landing can get through directly from Earth. Refueling in Leo, however, the requirements are different. Pellet type, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Tank needed 10 launches per moon mission. Really? Needs to launch up one thing and then 9 other launches to refuel it. What? Really? Why does HLS need 10 launches per moon mission? Just 3 to 4. Has not flown yet. Still optimizing flight envelope. Boost required. It's leveling of the playing field. Both parallel tracks mitigate risk. NASA will send an Orion capsule to dock. Both basic version Pathfinder and Blue Origin. Orion capsule. It's one. Right. For Orion multi-purpose crew vehicle. People are in there. From best. I see. 10 tanker launches. Rocket equation, size, solid physics, and correctly fuel. Burned, escape pressure. Uses almost all of its fuel just to reach low Earth orbit. It arrives in space practically empty. To go from Leo to the moon, land and launch back off the moon, a fully loaded starship requires roughly 1,200 metric tons of propellant. However, standard starship tanker variant can only carry about 100 to 150 metric tons of excess fuel per launch to give the lander. I see. So we need 10. Eight to 10 flights to just fill the tank. I see. Do not have heat shields or wing flaps because they don't return to Earth. What? I see. Leo Depot. What is the Leo Depot? Uncrewed depots into orbit. Fleets right depot 1 to dump it into it. Once the depot is full, the actual starter launches from a stop with the depot takes the 1,000. Oh, limited leaves for it. Interesting. What is this link? I see. So that's how they intend to do it. So have a bunch of depot, just depot, having that in space. Then you can refill that continually and always have it ready there. Cool. Hmm. Cool. And here's some more information about the moon. A bunch of phases. That starts now and 2 years forward. But in 2 years we're gonna have super intelligence. So what do we do then? What do we do then? I feel quite dazed, combination of tired mentally and heat maybe, and I've just eaten something and I've trained. So I'm gonna take a shower now. That was a good shower. In general, I feel like I can, even though I have this big mission, life purpose, whatever, super intelligence and game, I feel like I can relax. That's why I could watch this space video without feeling like I'm wasting time. I feel like I have potential right now. I have potential to achieve. I don't feel stressed. Yeah. Put away the clothes. I also realized that it's important that I remember all of the conclusions I've come to. First I was thinking I need to remember my decisions. Decisions like not working on a practical solution of the root goal hierarchy thing. Because that is a completely different piece of work. And it clashes with current technology that will replace that technology. But I can still work on the theory of it, which is important long term. I should not make a practical tool, because just in a couple of weeks OpenAI will release its agentic kind of tool, and I already know that Claude Code can handle making sub goals and launching sub agents for subtasks, and Grok build also does the same. So these big companies will probably be able to make something faster that is useful, more useful than my system short term, especially when it comes to me needing to prioritize delivering the game first. But long term, AI superintelligence development, I will benefit from developing the theory of delegating work. But mainly I think the whole thing will slowly change into something more like how to keep the human in the loop without the human being a bottleneck, like something like that, where the human can review and make decisions, and and it's easier for the human to do this. And that's why some system like that is necessary. And it might be possible for me to create like a custom kind of AI orchestra system that companies can use when they need a custom solution for some reason. When they need a custom solution and cannot, when the big AI companies doesn't suffice for these companies. But this window to develop this stuff for companies is very small, because very soon we're gonna have AGI and superintelligence, which means like companies are just gonna exist because of the fun of it. Like they don't even need to exist kind of situation. It's gonna be like, I think running a company is gonna be like the Olympics. Like it doesn't matter if you can throw a spear or far or not. Like you're not gonna win a war that way. So it's a useful skill practically, but it used to be very important, extremely important for hunting as well. But now it's been slowly put into, as it becomes less useful, it's still impressive and fun to watch for humans. So it's become entertainment. The Olympic Games and sports are kind of subdivision of entertainment. That's the sole kind of purpose. but it also has some other aspects like teamwork, building psychology, community building, like politics. Like it's connected to a lot of things. But I think the same thing will come to companies. Running a company will be a kind of a sport, become a sport, and it will be such a primitive technology, such a primitive thing to solve problems, to run a company, to solve a problem, and that might become a sport instead of becoming something useful, instead of being something useful, because like throwing a spear is still a useful thing. You can still hunt by throwing a spear. You can still get food by throwing a spear at an animal and then eating the animal. It's just that nobody does it. Basically nobody, practically nobody does it, because the cost is so much more than just buying something at the market or using a gun to shoot an animal, for example. So yeah, I think companies will become a sport. Running a company will become a sport, because AI will deliver better than any other company. Like there will just be one company or something. The AI company. And I will run that company. It will be my company, the only company in the world. Now I'm gonna cook some more food. I almost felt like listening to music, but I can't stream if I listen to music. Unless I shut the sound off. Streaming is almost like having a little baby that you have to adjust to. Two things when I was showering. A piece of sesame seed released from a hidden compartment between the teeth, and I ate it in the shower, and it tasted amazing. It's incredible what one sesame seed can taste. And I had like, I don't know how many thousand. If I have had 1,000 I ate before, and that one single seed tasted better. Secondly, I noticed I feel like I'm not breathing enough. Like I'm tired and breathe, like I forget to breathe or something. Maybe I got addicted to oxygen from doing the yoga, so now it's just I want more oxygen.
This is 8 potatoes. I think it's 1 liter. At least it's 1,000 grams if it was filled with yogurt. I'm gonna see if I can freeze this, and it should probably be no problem. It might expand. That's what I'm thinking it might be doing.
Maybe this milk will cool me off and make me more lucid. I'm waiting for the food to cool. One thing I don't enjoy is when I really want to drink milk and there's no milk. Now I have my last 1.5 liter of milk. There is milk in the omelette mixes that I have frozen, so I'm not completely out of it. It would also be interesting to see what nutrition I'm missing from the milk and what could substitute the nutrition. It's 18 days left until I get my income. And then I can buy milk. I was looking at my whiteboard. I'm quite tired and sleepy, and my eyes feel like I could sleep. But I also feel like I should work and work more than anyone else in order to be first. And I was thinking my whiteboard there, I wonder if I could have several different cameras. But yeah, my whiteboard, can I get it to, can I see it? Can I balance it? Kind of. Yeah. I was thinking of having this down part can be June and this upper part can be the bigger picture. Or this down part could be June and July. It can probably fit. Or I have middle section. I divide this into two. I have the big iterations up here. And one of those iterations I have here at the top, which is 2 months. The big iterations produce one full game, and then I divide the big iterations into these 8 deadlines. So I have the 8 deadlines here. And then under that I zoom in on one deadline. So the last part is just one deadline with several iterations. yeah, it's gonna need. I'm gonna need to like. I'm gonna take a photo of this. And then I'm going to maybe remove everything. Then I have to rewrite some stuff. I will not be needing the legend, since I will not be making this AI orchestra. But I might need the legend later on when I come to this part. When I'm making this. Because this needs to connect to AI. But I think that before I make this, I will also have selected AI tools in order to make the mechanics. So I think we might need another deadline. Mech deadline might be divided into two, which one is full feature and one is HQ. Vertical slice. AI models proven. AI models proven. Yeah. I think I need to do that. Maybe I'll use post-its for each of these ones. Then I can move them around and add and remove until I have done. Or it's easy to just rewrite. It might be good to rewrite as well because it triggers me to get to rehearse memory, retrain memory, what's it called? Remember, recall, repeat. Yeah, I think the easiest thing is just to take a big picture of everything. This is information design, by the way, choosing what information should be where. Yeah, I'm gonna take an image, take a photo of it, put it in the computer, and in the computer I'll digitally work, maybe. Or maybe that's makes it too complex to think about, because if I digitally work to decide what information should be where, it's easier to change when it's digital, but it's like harder to it's harder to understand or something. It's less real, or a smaller screen or something. I could take an image of this and then divide it into sections. Yeah, I think that's the next step. Divide the information into into sections. Yeah, categories. And I think I will work with images. Maybe a drawing program like GIMP, because I haven't found a good whiteboard program. Yeah. Photograph of this, then divide it into sections digitally. Then after that I have a better knowledge. Then I can kind of summarize each part, fine tune each part. And then I can either put it here or put it on a printable document. Need to get rid of this glare. There's still glare. But I also need light. And then I got a new glare. But this is salt. I'm also gonna photograph this one. Actually, first I'm gonna photograph parts of this one. I don't like artificial light. Okay, done. Now photos needs to upload it to Google. Need to get rid of the glaring. I'm pretty sure milk contains a lot of hormones as well, which makes me, I've noticed that before. When I don't drink milk at all, my mind changes. It becomes more sharp, but also more anxious. If I drink milk, my mind becomes more dull, but I'm also more relaxed. I can work more calmly. Okay, photos are downloaded or uploaded. Do I need to download? I don't even need to download them. I just need to see them. Is the single photo one good enough quality? Yeah, it is. Cool. Here it is. Now, how do I deal with this? Well, yeah, photograph. I was thinking of cleaning it up or dividing it into sections. Cleaning it up is much easier, and that can be done now since I don't need anything. Or, yeah. Categorizing it different categories, that is a big task that I might slowly work on now that I am tired, until it's time to eat food. But firstly, if I clean that off, I make it available for any kind of brainstorming, which is good. I also can clean the other one off, the root goal one. It becomes clean potential. As clean as possible. It's just gonna be easier if I move this. This is now legacy. History. Switch hand because I'm tired of wiping. So much wiping.
Okay. One whiteboard, another clean. Let's do these ones as well. Whew. Nice. Fresh. If I do this now, categorization of stuff, I might miss some things, so I might need to redo it later. Because I'm so tired. But it might be worth it to do one time tired and one time not tired. Because right now I have a lot of stuff, like I've just created a bunch of stuff on it. So there are many ideas that are like if I would look at this a year from now, I would probably not remember. Like there's probably a lot of stuff that I wouldn't remember from it. And tomorrow I will definitely not remember everything. But I have my magic recording where I reasoned everything, so kind of exists digitally, all of it. I don't know yet how to make use of these stream recordings, but I will use them for something at some point. It's either this or it. So, but I was thinking of doing it in GIMP, wasn't I? Finally I moved a little. Oh my god, the screen became green. I moved my computer out of the way from my legs, which I have been pushing off for too long. That's not GIMP. This is GIMP. So what I will do is I will copy this image and move it here. Now we can do some simple cleanup, just cleaning up as much as possible, as easy as possible.
let's see what we can do. This can be its own layer, and wait a minute, this text isn't as zoomed in as when I do this. What? I had to download it. Here it is. Dragging it to GIMP, and then it doesn't work. Oh wait, I have to do this. Keep. Now, yeah, now I have a good enough quality. So let's just do it like that. Just so we have less to think about. There we go. Right, it's there, right? And then human call. What happened to that little thing? Yeah. That's strange. What? Oh. Right, I had the wrong one selected. This is the correct one. There we go. Now I have those two there. Make the whole game at once. I'm gonna copy this and paste it because it overlaps. And then leverage finish. This one is back a cut. And then we can delete this. Not that I do it for this. I also want to add a alpha channel here, so we can just get rid of this. We got the philosophy. We got this part about non-software work. Oh. What is happening? What the fuck? I didn't know it. And then we can probably take this as one thing or connect it to this. And then just have these large packaging also. Large scale things. Let's get rid of these post-its. Okay, how do we divide this? stuff. Guess this is the that's the prototype. No, what do you call it? The City Detective Game Atelier. Design is new. That's a question. We can just remove that. We've kind of solved this one. Develop in July. Yeah, that's kind of the same. Connected to. Can I make this MVP version in 1 week within budget? That is a simplification to justify if it should be done or not. But I guess I can save that one. Because once we start doing it, we should probably take a little time to do it, otherwise it's not worth it to do it. Fast iteration on new game ideas. Once done, increase quality. Let's just cut it out and we'll figure out where it fits in later. And just cut things out without thinking. To just have kind of segments. This arrow towards this is important. Complete EDD plus interaction design. Yeah, that was one idea. I've copied this, but I guess I need to pick this arrow with me. The root, this part I can cut out, and I have that part. Which means I can remove all that. Good. Let's see what we have here. We have the kind of plans. The AI plan first, the waterfall mechanics. Probably got an email, just distract me from things. Yeah. I don't like to have the phone on because then I get distracted by these micro things. It's not good for focus. It's only that part left, and they are kind of connected. Maybe it's easiest to just count them as one thing to deal with at once. There we go. And now we can just delete that. And let's see how it looks. With everything. Cool. How do I categorize this? Because some of these things contain or should be fit in several different categories. I'm just gonna save this on a desktop as what was the file name? XCF. June plan whiteboard. The 8. And what would be the resulting thing that I would create by categorizing it? Should it be a text document? Should it be... no, it should be a GIMP file because I can write text here. Yeah, I can clean it up. I can rewrite things in a clearer way. Let's... everything can't be read. Let's start with making text for everything that cannot be read. What's the problem? Yeah, this one. Actually, let's hide them all and just go them one by one. That one, easy to read. Easy to read. This one we can clean up a bunch. It's easy to read. This one we can also clean up some. Easy to read. Research packaging supplies to orders categories. Easy to read. Also easy to read. This one might be due. How do I... one big iteration. Okay. Zip. There we go. One big iteration, one big iteration. 8 steps to a game. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Is that correct? That's 4. Whoa, what's happening? Does it contain? Do I have insert on? Right, I have insert on. 8 deadlines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm doing this the wrong way. It's not an automation kind of thinking way. Perfect, almost. Is that perfect? Iteration for each step. Days, weeks. It's gonna be in days. And then oct. Packaging. Each big iteration leads to a I have 2 chances to make it. There we go. This one, what's happening? Oh, it was the wrong place. These are the post-its, they are readable. This is, I think, the design one. Yeah, and I didn't need this part. Oh. This is just the design. Let's merge these down because they are definitely connected. Can I read this? Fast iteration on new game ideas once done increases quality. I don't know. I almost don't understand what once done means. Oh, once this thing is done. D, let's lower the size. Once, oh my god, it became big again. Once the city detective game atelier is, can I move this? Yes. Game content populator is complete. I can iterate fast on the content to make it really to make it polished again. Risky, time unknown, once working, no humans, mistakes. That is kind of true. There is a risk associated to developing this, since I don't know how long it takes or how much tokens it costs. Once it's working, the software takes care of making scenes and handling everything in Godot. So there will be no human or AI mistakes. Since the software follows its algorithm. A human might create, add a wrong element in a scene or etc. I only need AI to develop it. After it I'd only after it's done, it should be connected to AI asset creators only. Images, audio, etc. So the development feeding of assets into the game becomes very seamless and freshly flowing easy. It's easy to see what needs to be improved in quality and easy to upgrade assets by just rerunning and editing them in the city detective game content population. Great. Then you can be there But the question is, should I delete this? I feel like I shouldn't delete this because I feel like these shapes and stuff contain information. Like it contains memories of how I interpreted things. These are unique symbols that have more meaning than just the digitalization of these characters into letters. So what I will do is I will keep it, but I'll have it, the text will be strict. The text should be above it, because then I read the text first, and the text might be enough. Or just make the game everything custom made, increase quality, easy, simple to make, how to work with AI on this tedious mistakes. The only thing I'm confused about is how to work with AI on this. But the idea there is that how to work with AI on this. Maybe that's too small. What do I want this? AI changes so many files. I have to work more manual with AI, being more focused on tasks, not asking to develop features, instead develop individual functions for files. Observing the code that is written and the logic behind it comes from me first understanding the plan. There is first any change starts with making a plan of what needs to be done. Then I can review afterwards if it has been done successfully. The AI can write it, and I can review and test it. The AI can also test it, but we don't care about that for now. And yeah, it should be above. Review plan with, oh yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, it's easy to read. Complete TDD plus interaction design. This one needs explanation. I wrote this a couple of days ago. Planning one of the, it's annoying how it lags. The text takes too long for it to be written. Planning one of these steps. Planning is the first step of
first step of planning the game mechanics future complete for all projects requires a complete PTD with interactive design. So everything is as waterfall as possible, but it can change after the mechanics are in place and have been tested with players. But develop our waterfall features first. I don't know if that is the best way, because sometimes you learn things by running playtests, but at the same time it takes a lot of effort to run playtests. Like, you have to switch from a developer mindset to a tester mindset, which slows development down a lot. And then if you change the kind of overarching plan or feature plan or whatever, then you have to rethink everything again. This is a bit hard to read, but I did this today, and this was one of the main things that I did today. Actually, I just wanted to divide this one into more steps. So maybe I should write that. 9 deadline. Plan mechanics. Plan mechanics. Complete. Plan 3D map software tool. Produces assets ready for Godot. Project including optimization, so the 3D world works smoothly in the game. And then we have develop mechanics full feature. Should we increase the HQ here, or should we increase the HQ? HQ using AI. No API. Only mechanics. Is there really mechanics then? This proves that This proves that AI can produce good enough result. Specific AI tools are chosen. AI tools are evaluated based on quality, time, and budget cost. And then we come to develop the map software. And then that's done. Then we do plan engine. Features to populate the game with all assets. Connecting AI tools selected in develop mechanics HQ. Develop engine. Follow the plan. Feature complete software. There was something I was thinking of. Plan engine features to populate the game with all assets, consistent intersect HQ. Plan engine. Plan engine. Right, why are we doing planning? We cannot plan the engine earlier because we don't know what game mechanics the player approves and how the developed mechanics step plays out. And secondly, we cannot play in the engine earlier because the engine is potentially something to cut off and not do in case we run out of time. This gives buffer to
make the game. Okay, good. Then we have developed the engine, and then we what do you call it? Design? Populate? Populate? No, it's use the engine. Use the engine to populate with all parts of the game. So the game becomes a fully playable game. Then use the engine to improve quality of parts of the game until we hit the deadline, and that is the final game. That's the release. Whew. Every deadline is hit by iterating during the iterating several times so that we always get something at the end of the deadline. This is hard, this is agile to hit deadlines. This is tricky because a sprint might become just a couple of days. HQ game deadline lost. I don't remember writing that. That something is connected. This HQ game is connected to something else. But it's written in a different pen than this. Oh, I must have written this and thought a bit and then written this at another point. Complete GDD, presentation design, sprint 1, issue, game, deadline last. Okay, well. I don't need this part in this part of the yeah, we have that part there, so we should make sure we delete this. But this arrow is important. You might need to connect it to some other information. And that's easy to read. Kind of. It is easy to read, but... Oh, okay, this one is hard to read. Okay. Let's go. Let's zoom in to get all the pixels. We don't want that. Oh, please let me move it. Oh my god, I'm supposed to be able to move it. Why can't I move it? I could move it before. Oh my god. $16. Whew, how do we make this into text? Semi-waterfall method. One sprint, not one spring per waterfall. One step per waterfall plan. Several iterations in one step to reach the waterfall plan. I just got an idea. I should probably use a backlog system. Plan. In June, I can plan with AI first. Can plan the whole water, all AI first. AI plan using free AI tools. We make 3 pieces of software, projects with full feature game mechanics, test with players, no content, and then 3D software, 3D map software to produce 3D world for the game, and the game content populator software to easily populate with all content and iterate on content quality. We first make in June the plan for game mechanics. Feature complete, testable UI, feature complete, testable UI with players, must be fun, point and click and driving to on test 3D map on small test 3D map. just to test mechanics, nothing else. Test groundhog, okay. Test Groundhog Day mechanics. Groundhog Day mechanics with target audience. It was a good idea to rewrite this, because this I might not have been able to read tomorrow. That's Groundhog Day mechanics with target audience. Groundhog Day mechanics. It is risky to do so many new things at once and not just doing one new thing. Like, I'm doing a lot of new things in this project at once. Okay. June. First waterfall plan. June 2nd waterfall plan. We plan the 3D map too. We cannot include exactly what files it will output, since we need to develop the Godot full feature complete first. In the feature complete, we find a way to optimize to show all the graphics. Mechanics and optimize for full scale. Don't fill with any content. Oh, don't fill with more content than necessary to get proof of concept. Player lights, everything works. Okay, something like that. We can still plan all necessary features a user needs, and we can make sure the program can make what is needed from the geographical data. It is a scoped version of features to make the 3D count. Optimizing the 3D models comes after
it has been developed. Is essential for it to work, but this part of the plan must be made after the game mechanics Godot project is developed. Then we know what files Godot needs. Okay. Okay. This tool is completely disconnected from Godot. It creates files that Godot can read later on. That's what it does. And what does it say there? AI plan first full Anigifter first from spec. Architecture. The plan contains full feature list and the architecture plan is done later. Maybe I should just push this. I don't know. The plan contains both full feature list and the architecture of files in Godot. So an AI can easily follow the plan and just make the whole thing. And I can understand the whole architecture and thus verify that the AI has done the right thing. This plan must, architecture must scoped to finish within deadline. Count time and token cost. This architecture must be modular and each feature so which features are easy to add on if there is something like that. Is this spec-driven development? Okay, great, good job. Save the file. Now it's there together with that, and that is
the rewriting of the whole whiteboard. Well, everything that needed to be rewritten. Maybe let's not overwhelm Future2 with a bunch of stuff. Instead, gradually create categories or use it to create something. So maybe I should, yeah, I'm not sure how to do it. Because some information might not be, maybe shouldn't be on the whiteboard. I need to know how many categories there are gonna be and how big they're gonna, something like that. Something like that, I don't know. The idea, well, like maybe I can write on the whiteboard roughly what my plan is. I think I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna eat food and then I'm going to not do anything. Can you see? Yeah. Okay, so I was thinking info here, and I was thinking big picture here with months, June, July, August, September. And then big chunks here. And then this is 8. I fit 8 here. Something like that. And actually 9. It's 9. Actually, maybe I can fit it earlier. So it's like 3 parts. 9 steps. 1 big iteration. And then this one expands to here, and this will like be 4 days or something. So it'll be like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, maybe something. I'm not sure. I don't feel it quite. Maybe I can focus on June only. it's important to know the parts that I can do in June and the parts that I cannot do in June. I need to see my image again. It's in downloads, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Develop PMake PMap. It's like the whole June goes to just these two things, which is plan and plan. This is mechanics, and this is 3D tool. And then July gets all this. So question is, can we move stuff from here to plan? Maybe we can, maybe we can, maybe. Yeah. We'll see. What happened to my... I'm gonna write things that we can do. Things that we can do in June. Things we can do in June. Plan. Look at AI tools. Evaluate and evaluate AI tools plus API access. Select specific tools for game. Select all of them, all the tools necessary, plus quality, time, cost. Can also actually develop with free AI tools. You can also develop with local AI tools. Test and find good local software AI software LLM. What's it called? Onslaught? Check Onslaught. Check Onslaught. That is what we also can do in June. Just a lot of things we can do Amazing. My daily lake. Adding one rehydrate to get even more potassium. And now I'm gonna watch a movie. What movie am I gonna watch? Maybe Angel Face. A noir movie. Yep. And that's it for today. I streamed for 9 hours and 10 minutes. Good. Goodbye.